goodness. I should have pulled up my chats a little faster. We can get rid of all those. Grab this. Grab this. Good morning, Castrated. How are you? Hello there. Good morning. Good morning. There's YouTube. Got it. Alrighty. Yeah, I am up at a very nice, reasonable hour. I picked up some breakfast. I haven't eaten it yet, but I do have it. And I was like, you know what? I didn't get on yesterday. But I know the daily does not reset. The daily stuff does not reset until like 10 a.m. my time. So this gives me a few hours to do all our dailies. Which is grand and great and good. But hopefully you're doing well. If anybody is watching who is somewhere in the world where on a Friday morning they don't have to be at work, and they want to hop on and play with us, I will give y'all just a little bit to do so. The UK has become Lustrio Sin Skinks. Oh no, is everybody melting? Y'all need to retreat to the Highlands. It's the only way. I'm sorry y'all are suffering. 80? That sucks. Good morning, Firestorm. How are you? It's a lovely morning in Texas. I'll tell you what. It is like gorgeous down here right now. It's kind of crazy how nice it is. 13, and it can't be a 2 if it's not a 3 or a 6. Could have been better, it could have been worse. Ten is terrible. All right. Anywho, but yeah, I hope you're all doing well. We're kind of just gonna jump straight into getting some leveling stuff done today. That way, more than 30 minutes. Holy moly! Okay, we're not gonna do that. $18. Oh, apparently there's no one on this time of day, it would seem. What about leveling? Less than 5. Okay, we'll do that. I've got my breakfast tacos. It's already 80 degrees Fahrenheit here, and it's only 8 a.m. Well, let's see. What's it like? It is 78 degrees Fahrenheit right now, but it feels like 83. But for us, that's like, oh, what a beautiful morning. That's great for us. I'm used to that. But notably, the humidity today is lower than it has been, and it's the wind is, we have a lovely breeze. But like for us, if it's lower than like 85 degrees in the morning, we're like, eh. Like it'll probably get up to 98 today, which is still fine with me. If it's below 100, I could not care less. I've got my breakfast taco here. Yeah, it does seem like London is doing its best to incinerate itself lately. And mostly succeeding. Oh, you do pest control? That fucking sucks in this weather. Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to get pretty warm because it's gonna be warm for a while because I know a big like heat bubble just moved across the deserts and is on us now. But I mean, for us, like our weather has been surprisingly cool this year because of all the storms. I'm so excited for the reveal show today. So excited, I'm so excited, I'm so excited. Bro, I want Galrach so bad. So bad. What time is the show? It starts at 1 p.m. CST. So that's in 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. That's in about 6 hours. A little less than 6 hours. But I'm going to start my reveal show stream an hour before. And we are just doing dailies on Black Mage for this playtest. Like, I'm not doing any quests, none of that. Because if we have enough time, I'd like to switch over to Total War. But we will play it by ear. Did I already check this trap? This is the only trap I see. Yeah. Huh. I'd like to find... Oh, there it is. Damn it! Yeah, whatever. Ah. Games Workshop is doing Worst Cast for the Old World? Yes. They are doing Worst Cast for the Old World today. We know there's going to be a Chaos Dragon, unless they do something... I literally cannot think of what else it could be. So I am 99% sure they're doing a Chaos Dragon. And it's probably going to be a new Galrach mini included, which I am losing my shit over because I'm so excited because I fucking love Galrach, but I hate his current miniature. And they're also going to be revealing the new Ogre range for Age of Sigmar, which, you know, you can use those in fantasy as well. There's no reason you can't. So, for us fantasy fans, today is going to be good eat. There are rumors about a Cathay versus Chaos box set as well, so we might also get to see some Grand Cathay stuff. That one I don't feel as confident on, but we are definitely getting a lot of Warriors of Chaos goodies. Well, how are y'all? How is everybody? How are y'all doing? See if I can fight this boss and not eat my taco at the same time. Without getting killed, preferably. Sweltering heat. I feel so bad for y'all, man. Like, you just don't have the infrastructure for it. And it's not y'all's fault. It's just like, so much of your infrastructure is really, really old. So it's really difficult to, like, just add AC units to it. It's fun to see the Europeans in the States for the World Cup being like, oh fuck, it's really hot here. Yep. Well, I think a lot of Europeans, and this goes both ways, but I think a lot of Europeans do not understand how far south most of the United States is compared to them. Like, we are not, a significant amount of the United States is not in the same latitude as Europe. And I think a lot of them think we are. And it's like, nah, fam. Like, there's a significant portion of the country that has more, like, our weather is more in common with, like, parts of North Africa than it is with Europe. Which is why we're, like, so obsessed with air conditioning. Because without it, life here would be hell. More than it already is. World maps are really bad at showing the comments. Yeah, the world maps are not... They don't communicate information very clearly. Hey, Javians, how you doing? Sorry, is it Javians? Is that how you pronounce that? I'm not 100% sure on that one. Please do correct me if I'm butchering that. We're looking forward to seeing the new Ogre models. It's happening, man. Today is the day. Today is Ogre Day. I would be willing to bet like 10 gift subs on it. Just beans. Just beans. Okay. He gets names right wrong a lot of the time. Castrated, I don't want to hear shit from you, dude. You had infinite opportunities to correct me, and you just sat there and allowed me to speak in ignorance. I don't want to hear a goddamn word out of that mouth. Not a goddamn word, you hear me? Can we get a Noblar special character for the ogres? Yeah, of course we could. The Noblar special character that would make the most sense is Great King Lord Beezer, which Great King Lord Beezer is the personal Noblar attendant of Grease's Goldtooth. And he was noted for being a particularly vicious and intelligent Noblar that was quite brilliant at manipulating other Noblars and basically accumulating for himself his own, like, grand set of wealth. Sort of almost an emulation of Greasus. He is actually pitched in alongside notable Noblars as part of like the head honcho set. So he would make for like an excellent legendary hero, and he if they interpreted him the way I think would be correct, then he would be able to ride a Rhinox. So he would be a head honcho legendary hero, which means that he could ride a Rhinox into battle and have like a bunch of other Noblars up there with him, and would just like buff the shit out of Noblars while being a relatively tanky character in his own right. Amusingly enough, he did die, funny enough, in a genuinely tragic but hilarious way, of that he was genuinely loyal to Grease's Goldtooth his entire life and was like a really great attendant. But after a notably large celebratory feast, Greasus was like absolutely wasted. And Goldtooth went to essentially towards his chamber pot, which Great King Lord Beezer, like, you know, takes care of because he's Greasus' personal attendant. But Greasus was so drunk that he basically passed out and collapsed. And when he collapsed on his way to take a shit, he falls on top of Great King Lord Beezer and kills him. He just falls on him and passed out, so he squished him. And so was the end of the greatest Noblar there ever was. Well, not the greatest, but one of the greatest. Probably the greatest Noblar who ever lived was the Scrap Lord, the one who invented the Scrap Launcher, but he's been dead for a really, really long time. But he would make a perfect, he'd make a perfect legendary hero for the Ogre Kingdoms. I'd also really like to see us get generic Noblar head honchos as well. Because head honchos are like really fucking fun. Because they're just these goofy ass goblins that ride on Rhinox. And have like a bunch of other Noblars and goodies. Also, Vayer, good to see you. I hope you're having a great morning. Bleh. Lone Sparrow, hello!
Hey Bob, I will only be able to drop by for a moment as it's 7 a.m. and I haven't slept yet.
Oh, you poor honey. You should get some sleep! What are you doing up so late? I say, as someone that literally slept all day yesterday irresponsibly. Okay, I can resume eating my taco now. Where is this fucking octopus chest. Is that it? Yeah, got it. Oh, it isn't a weird like YouTube thing. He is live. Who would have guessed? Which is also your name, but I could, that you have such a good name for that, for like surprise moments. What do we got here? Video games? Yeah, I just wanted to do my dailies before they reset at like 10 a.m. Which it's currently 7:30. Let's try a main scenario. 8 minutes? Yeah, that's not bad. Sup, idiots? I just... There's so much damage, dude. Kaboom! Playing some Darktide first time in years. They've actually changed it for a bit. I played it relatively recently. This past Monday, actually. Me and Mimi Maple played. Because we tried to play Total War, and Total War shit itself so hard that we couldn't play it because the multiplayer server crashed. So we played Darktide instead. It was a really good time. We actually had fun. I haven't played the new Skatari hero yet. Don't mind me blowing up all your shit. Uh-oh. Got it! Aha, good fuck. That's what I thought, bitch. I've been wanting to try Darktide. It's in a really good place right now, I think. For the most part. Like, it's got like a good amount of diverse modes. Seems to be really stable. Yeah, it's on sale because the the summer Steam Summer Fest or whatever it is just started. I was gonna pick up Hades 2 because it's so heavily discounted right now. Golem's gone wild? Oh my. Ladies too? Yeah, there's no solo mode really for those games. Now you can just play with randos though. Oh, I hate this one. This quest sucks. You have to sneak past a bunch of enemies. And I'm a low enough level that if they see me, they're just gonna fucking charge me. I gotta get over to that hill. Don't see me. Okay. Kisla's gonna join the old world. You know what? I'll take some of that copium you're having. I mean, they are going to join it. I don't think they're going to be announced today, but I do believe my thought beans is that they're going to join them on the start of 2nd edition. It could be they'll start with them in 1.5. The current rumor mill is actually that we're supposed to get a 1.5 edition for the old world. And potentially in 1.5, the big things that are going to be in it is playable Kislev and playable Dogs of War, or Southern Realms. Which I hope that's true, because that would be fucking amazing. And would just be, like, incredibly baller. Kislev have to join you to Prague? Yeah, Kislev's going to join eventually. They are. There's no question about it. The question is not if Kislev will be playable, it's when. And I'm not fucking with you when I say that. I'm being, like, straightforward. It's a big old... Oh, no, that's a... Okay. That was an A-ring. I was like, oh my god. Almost finished with night shift, but we'll probably head back to bed afterwards. That's fair. Mr. Sagat Steiner, I hope your night shift has been uneventful in stressful ways, but interesting enough that you have not felt bored to tears. Like, interesting enough that time passed in a reasonable tempo. Thank God they just let you ride your mount around regardless of what... Once you've unlocked it on one job, it's on all of them. It would be so horrible if they made it, like, unique for each one. If we don't get Fishman in chainmail bikinis today, we riot. You know what? I like your strategy of just, immediately expecting the most impossible thing, so you're just guaranteed to be angry. I can respect that strategy. Bold. Also, Lone Sparrow, thank you for the 68 months in a row. That is insane, dude. I think you might genuinely have the longest streak out of anybody. Or close to it. I mean, that's what, like, close to 6 years? Damn, dude. You've been here almost since the beginning. I really appreciate your continued support. How long to the show? The show starts in... My show starts in about 5 hours. The actual show starts in 6 hours. You're an OG? You are indeed. Of course. I knew that was going to happen. The second I needed to ride a mount, it was going to proc. Alright, well, at least I'm done eating. Oh, great. And we got the worst mission. Ugh. Excuse me. What are your thoughts on people that do not associate old world and current Cathay lore as being part of canon or should be part of the canon? So what I would say ultimately is that Warhammer in all of its forms, Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer 40k, Warhammer 30k, etc., etc., etc. All of the different Warhammer IPs, but particularly Fantasy is the oldest, have been through a significant number of changes over the years. And oh, we lost our healer. That's a problem. But anyway, Warhammer Fantasy has been through a lot of changes over the years. And at the end of the day, the canon, there is no true canon. There is like what's happening right now in the setting, which you could argue is the canon, but even then it's kind of loosey-goosey. And there is the what's the word I'm looking for here? There's the canon that Games Workshop is running with at the moment, and then there's like everything else. And at the end of the day, whatever you want to be canon basically is. Not everyone's going to like everything that has been written for Fantasy or 40k over the years. Some people are going to love Grand Cathay and the old world. Some people are going to hate that and want and wish that Warhammer would go back to the old days. But their definition of the old days is not like a universal one. It's a unique one. They might believe that going back to 6th edition Warhammer Fantasy means going back to the old days. Whereas someone else might say, no, that's bullshit. I want to go back to Warhammer Fantasy 1st edition. Or I want to go back to Warhammer Fantasy 3rd edition. Which are all very, very, very different things. Some people might have fallen in love with like the Genevieve books, where the Genevieve books feature vampires being part of polite society. And like vampires, like if you hate vampires and are trying to kill them all, you're actually considered a bit of an extremist. Some people might hold to the idea that they want dwarfs to be wizards, or they want Karl Franz to be like this really inept elderly, or not super elderly, but older gentleman who is actually a terrible emperor because he was easy to manipulate and is kind of a coward. And he almost leads the Empire to ruin. And Heinrich Todbringer is actually the savior of the Empire, who takes up Galmaraz and rides a griffin and is a super big badass. That's Heinrich Todbringer of Middenheim. Some people think that Sunlin should still be a province. Some people think it shouldn't be. There's no right answer. There's just different answers. So I don't think those people are like bad. It's just their preference. But they're not right. That's the important thing. If someone tries to like argue that the stuff that you like shouldn't count as Warhammer and they're trying to give you grief over it, that's where I draw the line. That's bullshit. That's where I would like that's where I would put my foot down. Like anybody can like whatever they want to like, as long as they understand that there is always there is always going to be information that conflicts with your preferred version at the end of the day. Like, whether you are a veteran from the original Warhammer or you're a veteran from when Warhammer first kind of started shaping into its identity around 3rd edition, or when Warhammer really started evolving into what we kind of recognize it today around 5th edition, or you recognize the more, you preferred the Storm of Chaos storyline in 6th edition, like, you know. Remember, guys, it's not Warhammer, it's your hammer. And if anyone ever tries to be like, well, that's not Warhammer, this is what Warhammer is, tell them to go fuck themselves, because that's bullshit. That's not how that works. Especially if they try and get snippy about modern stuff, because it's like, Games Workshop owns the IP at the end of the day, so whatever they say Warhammer is what Warhammer is. They can just make it up. It's not real. It is a fictional setting. You know, there are people that get super butthurt about like Bretonia having female knights now, because they're like, well, that's not my Bretonia, and it's like, no, that is Bretonia. It's actually a better Bretonia than the old one, in my opinion. But like, a lot of the times, a person that says that will be someone that wants Warhammer to be more of a historical-based setting. So they're like, well, in real life, like, women couldn't blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, well, this is Warhammer, it's not real life, so how about you shut the fuck up? Whenever they say that, you should just immediately be like, yeah, and also, like, gods aren't, like, actively... like, the Chaos Gods aren't real. Magic's not real. Monsters aren't real, so what are you gonna do about that, dumbass? Be the Chaos Gods you want to see in the world? I don't know if that's the best advice. Be legally responsible with your potential admiration of the Dark Powers, please. We here at Loremaster of Sotek Industries do not condone anyone that may seek to emulate the Dark Powers in the pursuit of self-betterment and or entertainment. You telling me that Santa Gromberdil isn't real? No, Gromberdil's real. Remember, Gromberdil answers fan mail in White Dwarf, so Gromberdil's real, obviously. Obviously. Be the sick ball you want to see in the world? Trying to catch a charge? I think it's more so that because it's in Total War and Old World and not in the old Warhammer Fantasy books is why they're so keen and curious about Cathay not being worth developed from the start. That's such a dumbass take. Cathay is so old though. But that's the thing that like kills me. Is like Cathay has been around since, I mean, if you want to get really technical, a form of Cathay has been around since 1st edition. But like the name Cathay has been around since at least 3rd edition, maybe 2nd. But like Cathay is significantly older than whatever shit they're yapping about. Like, they weren't playable for a long time, but they were playable in 1st edition. You could run, like, Chinese armies. In 3rd edition, you could run Cathay. Like, they were playable. Sion, hello. I will say I'm against feeling nice as soldiers for Bretonia because I feel the extreme sexism and gender segregation was something unique about the nation that made it distinct from the Empire Kislev. I don't agree. I actually think that's something you would be more likely to see in the Empire and less likely to see in Bretonia. Like the gender roles of men having like higher, like gender roles wouldn't really exist in their world like they do in our world. But if there was a nation that you were going to see a more prominent leaning of men being superior to women, it would be in the Empire. Where, like, that is something that is established in various versions of the Sigmarite cult. Where there have been versions of the Cult of Sigmar where the Cult of Sigmar is extremely patriarchal. And it strongly advocates for the, like, because it strongly advocates for very defensive ideas, and it pushes for like not allowing women into the priesthood, which not every edition agrees on that. There are different editions that say different things. I think with Bretonia you could potentially make the argument, which I wouldn't hate because it would allow her character to be more significant. But if you wanted to meld the new Bretonia with the old Bretonia, which, well, the most recent old Bretonia, because if we're talking about old Bretonia, then we're talking about, like, pre-revolutionary France, which is not what we're talking about. But if we're talking about 6th edition Bretonia, with, melding them with, so, like, 6th to 8th edition Bretonia melding with Old World Bretonia, I think the most realistic thing to do would have been to allow Rapunzel to be like a significantly more important character than she originally was. Like, if it's this great moment that show like where like the nation is forced to see the ladies champion being like an actual woman who takes on a chaos lord that brutally massacred the it was a fight, but Karn the Blighted absolutely curb stomped the king, which I want to say was Louis the Righteous. I forget which king it was. It might have been Charles. But he murders whatever king was king at the time in a one-on-one duel and just crushes him. And then Rapunzel, who is not only a woman, but is also a peasant. Granted, the aspect of her being a peasant is significantly more important than the aspect of her being a woman. Rises up and not only, you know, beats back his legion, but also takes him on in single combat and beats him, which is bonkers, because Karn the Blighted was not just like some normal dude. But if you wanted to run with the storyline of like older Bretonia, having more of like a culture around sexism, I think you could use Rapunzel as like a crux point, a point where like Bretonia goes through a significant change if you wanted to tie that into modern Bretonia. Personally, I don't think it makes sense for Bretonia ever to have been significantly sexist, just because of the nature of the lady, and who the lady actually is. I think it makes sense in some other cultures scattered around the old world, perhaps, but Bretonia, it just isn't for me. To me, it's just too much of a real world ism. Cyan, female knights or state troops might be socially odd, but no actual legal barrier exists in the Empire and for Kislev. Anyone able-bodied must serve in battle for the sake of national sorrow. That wasn't always the case, though. If you go back to 6th edition, in 6th edition Warhammer Fantasy, it was illegal. Like, it wasn't just like a social ooh. It was genuinely illegal for women to serve in the state army. Women were not allowed to fight in the state army in 6th edition. So like, it's one of those things where if you want to have it as your own personal headcanon, you can, about like Bretonia being unique. But Bretonia wasn't unique. It wasn't a Bretonian thing, it was just a 6th edition thing. Where according to most of the lore in 6th edition, women didn't fight. They just didn't, if they were human. Like, you just didn't see women soldiers. They just didn't exist. Which I don't think really made sense for the setting they had built. Whoa, shut up. And like I said, if someone's like, well, I want to run a universe that's more inspired by real world history, particularly like in the like medieval and Renaissance eras, and I want to have like a notable motif of like exploring the dynamics of humans, like how humans handle those situations and the sexism between like the different aspects or the different sexes of humanity. If that's what you want to do, I think that's great, and you can tell some really cool stories with that. It's not what I would do, but I think that does allow for some unique storytelling. But I don't think it's something that is inherent to any culture within Warhammer Fantasy. I think it's inherent to certain editions. And if you're wondering about the Empire thing, a really good book to read, there's a trilogy of books called The Black Hearts, which is super good. And The Black Hearts takes place during the Storm of Chaos. Actually, it takes place after the Storm of Chaos, technically. So I think it's actually more of a 7th edition book, not a 6th edition book. But that book like directly tackles a storyline about how the Empire's military is like super sexist and how women are not allowed in the state army. Because I'm not going to say who it is, but I'll just simply say that, spoilers, one of the characters is a woman in disguise. Like, she's a Mulan type character, essentially. Sion, thank you for the super chat. The old system was an interesting contradiction on the Bretonnian view of women, generally lesser and with less rights, unless they're a damsel, in which case they're held to the lady and therefore above dukes in status. I guess. I mean, no, I just don't see that. I don't find that compelling or interesting. I guess would be my answer to that. I'm not saying it's like a bad view to have, or a bad interpretation to have. It's just not one that I agree with. But if you want to run that for your version of Warhammer, that's totally fine. I don't think the setting supports that in its current form. The way I interpret the lore, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, I could see that in certain parts of the Empire. I could see that in certain parts of Talea. But I feel like in Bretonnia and Kislev, that would be, like, borderline impossible. Outside of, like, really specific circumstances.
Look for the lips control.
I don't think it would be like a
It'll
cultural
be somewhere
thing.
nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon.
Because the only place it could come from, the only place it would come from would either A, would be the idea that the lady does not bless women unless they have the gift of magic. Like, she just won't. So, like, women cannot receive blessings at all unless they are damsels. So they have the gift of magic. Which I would say doesn't make sense because Rapunzel exists, and Rapunzel shows us that that's not the case. Women, like, we have one right there. And the so if it's not coming from the lady, then it would need to come from, like, the ancient Bretonnians, so the Brittany tribes. And if you're talking about the Brittany or the Bretonny, whatever, however you want to pronounce it, if it was inherent to them as, like, a culture, then it almost assuredly would have been inherent to all of the cultures of that time and general ballpark, which means it would have been all of the ancient imperial cultures, the Norscan cultures, the Ungol culture, and because it would have been the Brittany plus all of the other tribes of Sigmar, who were all in the same general time.
In Eorzea, the beast tribes,
even though the Brittany were the Brittany for, like, way longer. Because Sigmar united the tribes several, like, almost 1,500 years before Bretonnia got its shit together.
Are the 12 otherwise engaged?
So I think it was super chat. The interesting different views on gender and sexuality the various cults and subcultures have within the Empire. I can see the Overkins being more misogynistic and Tallites and Morites being more egalitarian. Yeah, genuinely. Funny enough, the Tallites, not as much as you'd think. And it's not because it's because of a power grab, which is interesting. The Tallites are really interesting. Because the Ulrikins are, yes, the Ulrikins are fairly misogynistic compared to a lot of the other tribes or cults. They are very much so. Like a man's warrior culture.
Nor is this unknown to your masters.
The Tallites, though, are really interesting because they should, if they were, like, properly following what you would expect them to be, they should be more egalitarian, but they're not because they've been deliberately absorbing the cult of Riot. So, like, the Tallites have kind of been doing a forceful takeover of the Ryans because they want to they want that, like, larger control. So instead of it being the balance, which is what it's supposed to be, of Tal and Raya, the Tallites have been, like, almost cannibalizing their sister cult in order to further their own power. It also kind of matches with Tal as a god. Tal is an interesting figure. He's there's a reason there's actually a lot of myths about Raya, like, cheating on him and sleeping with other gods. And it's because Tal is kind of a dick.
Only a man of
He's very
power
controlling.
can rightly steer the
Tal
course
is
of
often seen as the king of the gods
And
in
this
the
land
old
of
gods
creeping
pantheon.
mendacity,
So, like, if you're
that
looking
one
at the
truth
modern
will
empire,
prove its
one of
salvation.
Tal's epithets is the king of the gods. And he's noted for being
champion,
really controlling.
Face me.
To almost a
Your
brutal
defeat shall serve as proof
aspect.
of my readiness
Which is why,
to
like, he
rule.
fights with Ulrich a bunch. Him and Ulrich have
It is
fought,
only
like,
right that I should
several
take your realm.
wars against
But
each
none
other.
among you has the
It's
power
because Tal's
to
just a
stop
jerk.
me.
But he's really powerful. But he represents, like, the might of the wilds. And animals and beasts. You know, the Lord of Beasts is, he's a bit of a spicy individual. But that's one of those cases where I think it makes for like a really interesting story that allows for some unique exploration of like, you know, is it the god that's influencing his followers and his nature is what's driving them to do this? Or is this a situation of just mankind being greedy and prideful, leading them to do things that the god wouldn't approve of? And like, what's the answer? And it being a bit of a mystery, which I think is actually really fun.
Know your place.
And I think that would actually be like a really good place to explore such a potential storyline.
Come. We shall see if you can finish what you have started.
It'd be cool if you could just kind of give up and die, bro. We are taking an awfully long time to kill these guys. There we go.
Eorzea is mine by right.
'64. So I fucked that up. Fun fact. What was I about to say? Oh, we got an instant pop on the Alliance raid. Look at that shit. Well, that's not the sexiest thing I've seen today. Sorry, thank you for the super chat. I guess the Rapun's counter argument is that she used the super special unique exception of the rule, and that she's made less special if it's only because of being a peasant raised to knighthood when that has happened before. Not like her, it hasn't. There's only ever been three peasants that have successfully raised to knighthood, and 2 of them died immediately. Rapun's is the only one that, like, was remotely successful. Not only was she successful, she raised all the way up to the level of a duke, or a duchess, I guess. Oh, nice. I might be able to get more of my Scylla armor. That'd be cool. Bit of a shame in the Supergirl movie. I'm still not sure why they didn't keep it close to the comic and why have a writer that only did one thing before this movie. I have not seen it yet. I think I'll go see it. Probably. Maybe. I don't know yet. I'll probably go see it. If I have time. But yeah, I don't know. I've spoken about this before, but y'all know I am very easy to please, and I do not. What's the word I'm looking for? I am able to just kind of turn my brain off and enjoy things. So that being said, I haven't seen reviews for it yet. Oh, I want to go see the new Toy Story movie too. Decisions. I wish I had access to more skills. How are we doing on time? We have 4 hours until we need to start the reveal show stream. Scylla, give me armor pieces. You big turd. Whoa. Oh, I hope those people hurry the fuck up. Oh, nope. I definitely hit the wrong button there. Cool. Ty, thank you for the super chat. I will attempt to read it while shooting this thing, which might be a little difficult. Who would you rate? Who would you rate the Imperial cults on the spectrum of misogynist, egalitarian, oop, I gotta... How would I rate them in order? Ulrican's probably the most, yes. Sigmarite's mostly egalitarian, but Volkmar's up a bit. Yeah, the Sigmarites are kind of interesting because it, once again, it kind of depends on the edition and who specifically you're dealing with in the cult. Like, one of the big stories that followed, like, the Mordheim incident, one of the big takeaways from that story was that, dang it. Why is Eamon's hat here? That's weird. One of the major elements was that the cult of Sigmar took advantage of the Mordheim incident to basically like blame the Sisters of Sigmar for what happened, where they were like, oh yeah, like Mordheim was struck down by Sigmar because they allowed the cult to have priests that were women, and they were also like using unholy arts. Like how dare they allow like all these ladies in here. And you actually see this explored in the Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning storyline, because there's a novel called Empire in Chaos, I think, that actually explores this specific storyline. Because when Warhammer Online was released, they wanted to make it where you could play a female warrior priest. They were like, oh, we want to open it up so that if someone wants to play a female warrior priest, they can, and it be lore accurate. And there was like a whole bunch of hubbub about it because everyone was like, oh my gosh, like a female warrior priest in this economy. And it led to like a whole thing that ultimately they like addressed that in that novel. Like they did a whole story beat about it, where they talked about how like one of the main characters of the book starts manifesting prayers and like blessings and stuff, or miracles, and she's like kind of confused at what's going on, and there's like Sigmarite characters that are like, no, this is impossible. So that was part of the storytelling for a while. So like I personally, I don't think Andy does this, but I personally put the Sigmarites further on the side of like the misogynist side of the scale for the cults of Sigmar than like Andy probably would, because I remember that being like a significant story beat. And I incorporate that into my hammer, so to speak, because I think it gives the Mordheim crisis significantly more weight. Like obviously there are women in the cult, but they are not allowed to be like priests. They're not allowed to be like warrior priests and yada 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 yada. Hi, Pocono. Yeah, I got up early. I was in a sleeping coma most of yesterday, so I'm awake and eager to do things, and I wanted to do my dailies before the day reset. That way I wouldn't miss out on a whole day of leveling. Because that fucking sucks when that happens. Especially now that I'm in the almost 70... I'm between 60 and 70, so like these dailies are really important. The Morite cult, I feel like the cult of Mor would be extremely egalitarian. Verena would be very egalitarian. The cult of Shalia is very, like, it's weird to say misandrous because it's not like they hate men, but they're very, like, men have significantly restricted roles within the cult. So, like, Shalia is probably the most extreme misandrous cult. The most egalitarian I feel like would be Verena, matched only perhaps by the Morites. Tall would be fairly, I think Tall would very much present themselves as egalitarian, but they're not. And I think the same would somewhat be true of the Ryans, where they present themselves as egalitarian, but they're actually far more misandrist. Because there is such like a bit of like a hot competition between both sides of the cult, of those two cults, and they're like quite literally fighting each other for like power and control. I don't like how close this is to him. Okay. Having flashbacks to fighting King Behemoth and the rocks being too close. I find it very weird that the boss loot is randomized between all the bosses and not like by the boss you just fought. So like Syla doesn't drop Syla's gear. She drops Syla, Amon, or Syla or Amon gear. I presume more after the mostly gunters since everyone ends up dead eventually. I actually think Verena, the goddess of justice, who takes that shit pretty seriously, would be a bit more so. Myrmidia, I think, would be very egalitarian. Who am I missing? I'm missing a god, I feel like. See, I did Myrmidia, Tal, Raya, Moore, Verena, Shalia. Sigmar, Renald. Renald is god tier egalitarian. Renald actually would probably be the most egalitarian. Renald don't give a fuck. Yeah, actually, yeah, the most egalitarian would be Renald. Like, by far. Not even a contest. I think the other ones would try, but Renald is the true I don't give a fuck. I don't care what's in your pants so long as you're pulling trickery. What's in your pants should be other people's money. Kayn, Kayn is a bit. Kayn is technically, you would probably say, misandrous. Kayn generally does not like men in his cult. Or he favors women significantly more. I mean, he's relatively egalitarian. Women have a very unique role within his cult, and he favors women. He favors women more highly than he does men. But he also sees them all as like his brides. So take that how you will. Is Nagash egalitarian? Kind of? No, he's not. No, Nagash is pretty fucking... Nagash is more misogynistic than he is anything else. But he's kind of more of a... Not anymore. I guess I should put it that way. Not anymore. He used to be very misogynistic. But now he kind of just hates the living. In some ways, you could argue that Nagash has grown as a person, but like, in kind of a fucked up way. not in a good way. Okay, that one I already have. Do I have this one? No. Do I have this one? Yes. Do I have this one? No. Man, I didn't see any new Scylla casting pieces. Bummer. Women have more blood than men. Well, there you go. Wow, I didn't win a single loot roll. That's a bummer. Isn't most of the Cult of Fang configured as Marathi wants it to be? Yes, that is true. However, it is worth noting that, like, Kain enables her and gave her everything that she asked for and wanted. And he also very, very much, Kain also went out of his way to... Okay, that's 11 minutes. How long is a high-level dungeon? 23... Wow, high-level dungeons are like... Nobody is doing that right now. Yeah, we'll do a normal raid then. Everybody's doing raids, but nobody's doing dungeons. Weird. Everyone's like, dungeon roulette, not in my house. Nagash is vitaphobic. There you go. Vitaist. Oh, wrong way. Any chance you could... Oh, yeah. Here, Spartan, let me do this quest real quick, and I can actually do that real fast. I mean, I would use the, I would use the AOS, you should be able to use it. I would use the AOS, Glory Seeker, roll, because that'll get you most of the like the AOS guys. Are you kidding me? Why, man, it's always so fast when I'm like trying to do something. Here, I can get like one or two of them done real fast. Hurry. I think I've got just enough time to do this one. I'm not gonna be able to do all three though. Fucking sucks. Oh, lucky me, there's a healer that still hasn't signed up. Haha, stupid healer. Great, that gives me another 45 seconds. I'm gonna make it! I'm gonna make it! Do you have to be a mod to do Add Glory Seeker? I don't think you do. Isn't Add Glory Seeker a role anybody can do? Cuff of the Father. Spartan, I can try taking a look at it after the stream, after all of the streams are over for today. I don't want to use the at everyone poll, unless like paying unless I'm like really sure it's something that should be at everyone. Oh wait, I can use Fire 4 here. Hooray! Yeah, yes, I'll look into it. Have I seen the baby dragons? Yes, I've seen the baby dragons. I want to buy them. I want those baby dragons so bad. I fucking hate the Cup of the Father. Cup of the Father is like one of the shittiest ones. It's not the worst one. There are worse ones than this, but not by much. Good, somebody else got the mech. I don't want to get the mech. Kind of odd thing, there's only 2 famous couples in all of Warhammer Fantasy. Platinum spells. I don't think we should be calling Skarsnik and Gobla a couple. But that being said, yes, there are not many famous couples within the setting. That is very true. A lot of the characters are married, but they're like the person they're married to is not famous. Like Karl Franz is married. Well, debatably. In most things, he's married. Though sometimes they say that he's not married, but he has like a mistress, but like a legal mistress. Like he has children with her, but she's not his wife, for instance. But I think in the more modern stuff, he is actually married. But I can't remember his wife's name to save my life. Because she is so rarely mentioned. Oh, I'm gonna die. tank did not give a fuck what I was doing. Malaran and Marathi, you're not wrong. It's something that they seem to have left in the older lore, but it was a thing. But they weren't really like together. They just slept together, which is not the same thing. What am I doing here? Oh, there it is. Oh, this is the fucking jar one. Do you think we'll get more Cathay stuff for this review if it's cast versus them? Yeah, I think that's a reasonable hope. I'm not gonna say expectation, but I will say hope. Oh yeah, Orion and Ariel. Yeah, that's true. Orion and Ariel, Vlad and Isabella, Alariel and Tyrion, trying to think of any like actually like notably dating or in love characters. Khalida and Neferata. You joke, but unironically, that's not untrue. They are straight up lovers in some versions of the story, despite being cousins. Even though the old world says they're sisters, which I really hope they change that back to cousins. Sisters is a little close. Felix and Godrek? No! I mean, Felix and Ulrika, I mean, they're on and off again, but they were together. They did love each other very, very much. And it was romantic love. Felix just couldn't handle having a vampire baddie. I have Thunder 4! That's awesome. Oh, I should be... how bad is Frontline right now? Frontline is still 30 fucking minutes. Jesus. Alright, let's do, we've done normal, Alliance, main. We haven't done trial yet, so we can do trial. 11 minutes? Alright, that's not terrible. Felix couldn't handle the undead god. Bro, when she snuck... when she's sucking from both necks, I mean... Who among us can say they can handle all that? If you say I say you're a liar. I probably shouldn't have said that. Marker. No, don't do that. There's no need for that. Alright, there we go. So if y'all, okay, assuming we're gonna get Galroch today. So let's assume that we're getting the two-headed Chaos Dragon, which seems extremely likely. If y'all got to choose one other Chaos monster from the Warriors of Chaos range to get a reworked mini, to get like a brand new mini, what would you want? A brand new plastic sculpt. Would you want the Chaos Giant, the Chimera, the Manticore, the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, Chaos Trolls, regular Dragon Ogres? I mean, they were going to do Dragon Ogres, they'd probably do all Dragon Ogres.
Subscription service now, lol.
What did that say? This is my longest subscription service? Oh, well, thank you. I apologize that I almost assuredly have not provided the value, but I really appreciate you staying in spite of that. Thank you for all the support over the last 4 years. Holy moly. So if Fantasy has Gotrek and Felix as good starter books, what is the best starter books for Age of Sigmar? That's... I mean, if you're an old Fantasy fan, then the Gotrek series is genuinely a really good place to just keep going. However, if you are not, if you're like brand new to all of Warhammer, all of it, that's really hard. I would probably recommend, I mean, I would want to recommend the short story collections, because I think the short story collections are the best, like, grab bag. So, like, Myths and Legends, or, oh my god, I'm trying to remember what they're all called. It's, can I see them from here? No, I can't, because they're in the other room. I know Myths and Legends is one, but there's like these fat novels that are short story collections. Those are really good. Or I would recommend just the best Age of Sigmar books. So like, if someone came to me and was like, Gotrek, or like, Sotek, Ryan, whatever, give me a book, I would either give them Lady of Sorrows, Hamilcar. I don't think I would start them on the Realmgate Wars. The Realmgate Wars are a lot. Like, it's a hefty storyline. And it's a lot to digest. I would recommend reading the Realmgate War saga once you've read a couple of books and you kind of have like a general understanding for the setting. I think the Drekkie Flint books are a pretty fun starting place for like Dwarden. Oh, what's that one book? It's not Godblight or Godslayer, it's God something. It's the Slaves to Darkness book. Someone's gotta know what I'm talking about. It's God something. I'd also recommend that one. Fuck, what is it? Godsworn? I cannot remember the fucking title. It's the Slaves to Darkness book about the Varangard character. I wish I could remember what it was. What's the oldest model that looks updated that does need to be updated fast? For Warriors of Chaos, in my opinion, it's the Dragon Ogres. I think the Dragon Ogres and the Dragon Ogre Shaggoth look terrible. I think they are some of the worst sculpts in the entire Warhammer catalog. They are so ugly, and they are so old, and they look it. And I will say, one of the rumor engines, in my opinion, kind of looks like a Dragon Ogre. Like, it looks like the foot of a Dragon Ogre. And I'm like, is that what I think it is? Because it kind of looks like what I think it is. Why do I have a bunch of alerts? Oh, that's why. Oh, there's a giraffe that escaped a ranch in Texas? The fuck? What? Where? I'm assuming this was somewhere rural. Also, good morning, Hawk. God Eater's son! Good job, Biofoot. 100 points to the Fishman. God Eater's son. Yes, that is the name of the book. So yeah, so like if I was going to give you a smorgasbord of novels, and you've never read any Warhammer stuff ever, personally, I probably wouldn't want to start you with AOS, but if you had to start with AOS, I would either do The Lady of Sorrows, God Eater's son, any of the short story collections. I'm trying to think of a good Grombrindal Chronicles of the Wanderer is pretty good. Drecky Flint is a great series. I'm trying to think of a good destruction. The Moon book. Fuck, what is it? It wasn't my favorite book, but it's a good book. It just didn't do exactly what I wanted it to do. Loon something? Bad Loon Rising. Yes, Bad Loon Rising. Would that list change if you were coming from a fantasy background? Yes. If you were coming from a fantasy background, you should read Soul Wars, all of the Gotrek series, especially if you read Gotrek and Felix, then you really need to read the Gotrek series. You also should read the all of the Grombrindal. So Grombrindal Chronicles of the Wanderer and the other Grombrindal book. Those are all like S tier. But Soul Wars will be a really, really fun one for you as well. Any of the Manfred von Karstein or Neferata books are also pretty good if you're a old fantasy head. That would probably be my list. I'm hoping we can get this trial soon. And then we need a regular dungeon and then a PvP run in a best case scenario. the fuck? Oh, I didn't do the other thing. God damn it. Spartan, have a good night. Then the Gash series? No. Do I mean the Vampire Wars Omnibus? No, I was talking about the Age of Sigmar stuff. I mean, the Vampire Wars Omnibus is fine. It's not bad. It's not amazing. It's okay. Leaky, Texas, in Real County, which sounds like a fake place. It does a little bit. Oh, it's north of Uvalde. Okay, that's so far away from me, I could not care less. Uvalde, Texas. We have 3 hours remaining until we start the reveal show stream, which itself will last for 1 hour before the what's it called? Before the actual reveal stream. Sleep well, Spartan. Thanks for coming by and helping out. Always appreciate you, man. Wasn't CA supposed to show more for Total War this month? Yes, they are. I can confirm for you, beyond a shadow of a doubt, there is going to be Total War Warhammer The End Times news this month. And if you go, but Sotek, it's Friday, and there's only 4 days left, I would go, uh-huh. And you would say, that kind of narrows it down to literally like 1 day. And I would go, uh-huh. Unless something explodes, which it could, I am fairly confident we will have a stream on the 30th. It could be on the 29th, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be on the 30th. Oh, Zervin. Fun. Okay. Man, I haven't gotten Zervin in a trial in like 1,000 years. Just a big, cool, angry boy. Oh, he's breached containment!
Good and evil, the war eternal.
Someone fucking died? Wasn't a healer, was it? No, it was
My
like
doubt is fled.
I think he walked off the edge. Oh. He keeps targeting my circles. It's not even halfway down. Ugh.
I shall rise above all.
They said there would be one early next week during the stream yesterday. Pretty sure they
Bear
said
witness
Tuesday.
to my will.
Okay, so it's the 30th then. Oh, he's got little babies. Oh, he's just chilling back there. He's just moisturized in his lane, having a good time.
Bow to mine infallible judgment.
Fire and ice! And I attack your computer screen!
Suffer in endless torment.
Zervan's so cool. How can you not love this guy? Oh, the healers are dead. Sorry. We got owned! Park, what element are we supposed to stand in during Zervan's like last phase? He brings like a red and a blue meteor down. We just wiped on it. Are we supposed to stand? How do we know which one we're supposed to stand in? So we kind of biffed it. Well, it depends on your buff.
Good and evil, the war eternal.
Okay, I will try and keep a better eye out for what buff I have on. Because I've
My
not
doubt
fought,
is fled.
I've not fought for real Z Zervin in like 1,000 years. What's the summer reveal show? Games Workshop is putting on a summer reveal show where they're going to show off a bunch of new Warhammer minis. And I'm super fucking excited because we know for a fact we're getting a new two-headed Chaos Dragon. And I'm really excited! Ow. Because it means we're probably getting a new model for Galrach, Great Drake. Made me waste my ley lines, you big jerk. Weird. We're doing a lot more damage than we did last time, but we have less limit break than we did last time.
I shall rise above all. Bear witness to my will.
Okay, I do not have a color buff yet. So if it is a color buff, I do not yet see it. But I am watching for it. Oh, we're getting a buff? Oh, that's kind of a bummer. I would have liked to have just gotten a full legit try again. That's half the fun. Okay, so now he's doing his thing.
Bow to mine infallible judgment.
Games Workshop making minis for Yu-Gi-Oh! Could you fucking imagine?
Suffer in endless torment.
Okay. Hopefully I don't fuck this up. Huzzah! Okay, I got it. It is difficult to talk and fight at the same time. Oh shit. Almost stood in the way of that again. Oops. Ah! I walked outside the arena. Turns out you can do that.
Suffer in endless torment.
Bring him down! Bring him down!
If such is my fate.
Nicely done. A little bit of a learning curve, but we got there. That was a couple of people's first time ever doing him, so... Totally understandable that everyone would be like, what the fuck are we doing? What is happening? Okay, now we can... We can do... Okay, so I still need to try and get a high-level dungeon. Oh, it's down to 6 minutes. Thank God. Okay. Every single time we kept trying to do high-level dungeon, it was like... It was an obscene amount of time. There was always like 20... It was like 25 minutes. It was like, God, nobody wants to play. Okay, we're doing good on time. We've still got 2 hours. No, we have 3 hours until the reveal show starts. Yeah, we can go work on Golems Gone Wild. Ooh, scandalous. Remember the way it needed? The only thing we might need if you want to play is like more bodies for PvP, because PvP is like a super long queue time at the moment. But all the queue times have been getting shorter, like by the minute, so I wouldn't worry about it. Alright, here we go. What you got for me, Lalai? And Lalai's possessed ghost. Ah, Dalcarius. Good. For better or worse, it would seem Shototo is still enjoying herself a peaceful slumber. In the meantime, my study of the books of Naldthal has proven rather enlightening. In particular, I was surprised to learn that while the statue in Nald's reflection is a relatively recent construction, in historical terms of course, the goblet it holds in its hand is quite ancient. It would appear that it was within that vessel Mistress Shototo's soul was sealed away. Master's record goes on to state that the inner surface of the goblet is inscribed with a message in the glyphs of ancient Ma. It reads, yes, here it is. The power of destruction did rend the baleful star, and peace doth reign near and afar. Yet 23 centuries hence shall it come anew, and certain doom is sure to ensue. A prophecy of sorts, it would seem. It has been roughly 2,300 years since Shototo founded black magic, which means it is entirely possible she herself left the inscription. But whatever sort of doom could the prophecy be referring to? I fear it is all rather cryptic. Lalai! And Dalcaris as well. I would speak with both of you at once. Who's talking? Oh, it's you. Ahem. Well, I would like nothing more than to catch up on old times. I come bearing grave tidings. My friends, please pray lend me your aid. Well, if it isn't our favorite Gobu-headed Hera, I would have thought the seventh hell would freeze over before you cast your lot with purveyors of destruction. What have we done to deserve the honor of your groveling? This is no time for jest, Lalai. The situation is most dire. Why, a veritable horde of crazed golems has burst forth from the lost city and is wreaking havoc on the Twelveswood even as we speak. Whatever foul sorcery led them to abandon their orders and run rampant, we cannot say. But one thing is certain. If we do not deal with them, and do so swiftly, there is no telling what damage they might inflict upon our forest home. That does sound like cause for concern. Very well, I suppose it would not kill us to put the matter of Shototo aside for the moment and... Wait, no. Not now! I say, how can the girl think straight with this ungodly fool's caps weighing her down? Or perhaps she can't, and that is why. But of course, it all makes perfect sense. Oh, hello there. Did you miss me and my prodigious intellect? Of course you did. Now look, we haven't much time, so do try to keep pace. This surge of ether? Just who or what are you? Yes, I'm sure there's so much you'd like to know. But where would that get us? I've already heard all I need to know to the girl's ears. We are needed in the South Shroud, yes? Rampaging golems, was it? Yes, indeed. I have tasked a whaler named Alfin with looking into the matter. With any luck, he has gleaned some knowledge which might avail us in plotting a suitable course of action. Alfin, South Shroud. Yes, I believe the great Chatoto has all she needs. Well, come now. No point in staying around like gulping gobus when there's work to be done, right? Right! Chatoto? Dalcaris, I am most grateful for your aid. Do not get me wrong. But if there is anything that you and Lalai have been keeping from me, mark my words, I will hear of it in full when our task is done. Doesn't really involve you, as far as I'm concerned, right now. Have you seen Kilty might get Exodites? Yes, there has been rumors, notable rumors about... There's been rumors that this might be just kind of like the dinosaur, like the scaly... This might be the scaly reveal show. With Exodites on their dinosaurs, and Galroch, the two-headed great drakes, and new Chaos Dragons. We might have all sorts of big scaly denizens running around. Have I done the DQ event? No. Golem's Gone Wild is the name of the Black Mage quest. Welcome, friends. You come seeking news of the golems, yes? Would that I had any to give. Yet not a single one of the creatures has manifested itself before mine eyes. So you say, my good man, but is it possible you do not see the trees for the forest? Sometimes that which we seek is right before us, and we need only attune our vision. Why? Is it just me? Or do I spy a number of curious stone structures peeking out from the brush? Yes, I have an inkling our foe may be hiding in plain sight. But just how is one to distinguish living stone from the more ordinary type? Why, I do believe the former would take far less kindly to being scorched with a burst of hell's fire. So, the plan is clear, yes? Let's get blasting. Dude's like, what? Suspicious stone. Oh, fire 3. Whoa! I was not expecting a mecha golem. I was expecting like a stone golem. What the hell? What a cool design. It's almost like an alien robot. You're made out of rocks, but you're just really fancy looking rocks. Hey, Super Ego, how you doing? Preview shows at 4 a.m. Yeah, it's at a rather inconvenient hour for some parts of the world. I think Australians are probably going to be like, oh! It'd be nice if Blood Bowl gets a Cathay team? That would be fucking high. I would love if they got a Cathay team. That would be super cool. That was fun, wasn't it? Now, while I'm not one to repeat myself, it seems I should make an exception for the slower members of our band. You have the privilege of standing before the Archmage Shatoto, or rather, a memory of the same which has awakened after years of slumber, to rescue your realm from a fate most dire. Slower! Ahem! Lady Shatoto, if that is who you truly are, I cannot deny your arcane prowess. And yet there is much about this matter which does not sit well with me. Pray explain yourself. What is this dire fate of which you speak? Oh dear, you really aren't very smart. Very well, I shall begin from the very beginning. Dear me, did I almost rhyme? Who does that, anyway? Anyhow, the tale began some 2 millennia ago, when the great civilization of Mach was still in its infancy. Our scholars are certain that a mighty comet, awash with unspeakable ethereal energy, was on course to strike our fair home, reduce it to so much rubble. And so I thought to rectify the situation the only way I knew how, by blasting the foul rock out of the sky with the most powerful destructive magic our realm had ever seen. The Catalyst Comet? I mean, the Twin-Tailed Comet? I mean, people love their destructive meteors. This, more than anything, was what spurred me to developing the art of black magic as it is known today. Needless to say, my plan was a remarkable success. A massive chunk of the comet was shattered, knocking it clear off its path and sending it spinning harmlessly off into the heavens. The story, however, does not end there. Fragments of the meteor hurtled to and embedded themselves in the earth. While small enough that their impact caused no significant damage, they remained beneath the earth, brimming with etheric energies just waiting to be unearthed. Needless to say, these otherworldly stones drew the attention of mages far and wide, who sought to claim their powers for their own. These are the stones that gave the golems their souls, by whose power many a city-state flourished. And yet these stones held further secrets. When 2 of them were brought together, they would call out to one another. Ether reacting to ether to augment their mutual powers to still greater heights. Mind you, the power of mere fragments, even in a heightened state, would be far too meager to be cause for concern. One threat, however, still lingered. What if the comet, the mother stone as it were to return, its circuitous orbit bringing it in shouting distance of our world once more? Would not its remnants, its children, summon it hither in all its destructive glory? Preposterous! Did your vaunted black magic not knock the comet clear across the skies? Why, it is simply inconceivable that its new path would bring it around back in our direction. Inconceivable to feebler mind, mayhaps, but not my own. In fact, I posit that the comet is drawing nearer every moment, and it is for this reason that the golems are now running amok. If left unattended, the implications for this world would be calamitous indeed. Fortunately, you have an ally in the impending battle, a prodigy who foresaw the danger that was to come, and sent her memory into the future that she might return to save the day. Do you mean to say that you predicted that this threat would come, over 2,000 years ago, mind you, and devised an incantation for the sole purpose of allowing you to return to us in our time of need? I do believe I've said precisely that. Of course, I did not do it entirely on my own. The spell would have been lost to history if crazy old Kukuruka hadn't dug it up when he did and recorded it for posterity. Dear little Lalai and Dalkarius also played their parts as well. Oh, how wonderful it is when one's followers, against their natural tendencies perhaps, manage not to make an utter mess of things. I must admit, the whole story still strikes me as a bit far-fetched. I mistrust neither your motives nor your skill, Lady Shototo, but as a hero charged with the protection of this wood, I cannot leave this matter to you alone. I will accompany you and offer what aid I can. But first, let us return to Ulda. I would hear more of the plan you propose before we take action. Must you? Very well. Just promise you will not get in our way. Now come along, my puppets. I have a realm to save, and you're going to help me. Man, we've been... There was apparently a brief flash of high-level dungeons being available because it just keeps... The wait time just keeps getting higher. And I'm the number 2 weight roll. I'm not even the number 3 weight roll. I'm here if needed. I mean, if you want to get on, it would certainly make it faster if we have... I don't know if they're looking for tanks or healers. The hearer assures me that there has been no golem uprisings elsewhere, and since he clearly is too thick to tell a convincing lie, I'm inclined to believe him. This means we still have time to form a plan of attack. Of course. Of course. As soon as I complain or say anything. Ugh. Ahem. I do pride myself on my honesty, and I will be honest with you. Okay, never mind. I will happily be looking for anyone that wants to party up for PvP. Hey, some baddie fellow, how are you doing? Also, Living Legend, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Good. I'm sad, but I don't have access to ley lines. All we need to do is extinguish the sun. We won't have to deal with time zones nonsense. Yeah, it'd be a lot cooler too. Global warming would be done without any issues. No sun, no warming, right? It's just that easy. Didn't you see Project Hail Mary? It's a fucking great movie. It's such a good movie. I would highly recommend. Black Mage used to have a timer on their charges? That sounds like it fucking sucked. Well, glad that's not one then. That was literally like the best timed flare I could have had. How about we don't shoot me? Time thing was why Umbrella Soul originally existed outside combat. You go into ice phase if you were not already, and enter between trash, you sort of spam it. Oh, that sounds like so much busy work. We're doing pretty good on time. And the best thing is, when and if I come back, not if, I come back to play more Final Fantasy much later today, all my dailies will be reset. Because dailies reset in like 30 minutes. So we kind of nailed it. In which case, I guess we should actually just keep playing for a while? And then I can play like Total War tonight instead. What you just said, Step Guard Stormer? How's it going? Work is lame? It's going pretty okay, man. It's going pretty okay. I can't complain too much. I'm extremely excited about the reveal show today. We still have a few hours till then. But time is passing quickly because I'm having a good time just hanging out with y'all. Love the music for this boss? Yeah, Midgard Stormer has pretty good music. Because, I mean, well, he's just Goat Dragon Dad. Alright. Because having two people will make this faster. Still 30 minutes. Oh, man. Okay. Ahem. I do pride myself on my honesty, and so I will be honest with you when I say this. Your art is, to put it kindly, not looked fondly upon in our day and age, and your story stretches the limits of believability. We cannot stave off this calamity alone, but any entreaties you might make are not like to find a receptive audience. I, on the other hand, have friends in positions of some prominence. I shall reach out to them and see what aid they are willing to offer. How charming! He actually thinks he might prove himself useful. In your spare time, might you not ask your astrologian friends if they have any recent calculations on the comet's path? I have no reason to doubt the accuracy of my own, of course, but I was working off 2 millennia old data. As you wish. Forgive me for being forward, but might I inquire as to the well-being of our mutual friend Lalai? She is still in there somewhere, correct? Oh, she most certainly is. Worry not, the girl's consciousness is just enjoying a short respite. Which reminds me, I really am due for a nap myself. Be a dear and do try not to let things go to hells in my absence, will you? Shototo, mother of the art that brought the great floods upon us. Has she truly returned to deliver us from doom? The progenitor of our esteemed art has chosen me as her vessel in hopes of saving our world from a falling star. I can scarce imagine a greater honor. Come, Dalcarius, we must put our minds together and figure out how we might best do her bidding. Wait, Lalai. If we take her hearts at face value, Shototo has only the realm's best interests at heart. And yet I, for one, remain skeptical. Which is not to say I doubt her intentions, or yours for that matter. And yet we speak of the founder of the very art which gave rise to the War of the Magi and the Sixth Umbral Calamity. Could it not be that even in seeking to save our realm, she is like as not to destroy it? Blasphemy! Blasphemy! Why, Lady Shototo had long since passed when the war broke out. Only a blind, blustering halfwit would even think to hold her responsible for... Though, when I put it that way... I understand this, and that is why I begrudge neither you nor her my aid, such as it will serve to protect the realm's peace. At the same time, I intend to keep a close watch on her. One can never be too wary, after all. In any event, I would gather what knowledge I can of the threat we face, and I would be most grateful if you could do the same. Might I suggest speaking with your beastmen allies, if the idea has not already occurred to you, that is. I swear, that man's head is made of a harder stone than any golem. Still, at least he is cooperating with us, which is progress of some sort. In any event, I will reach out to our beastmen friends. I encourage you to return to your studies in the meantime. One thing is clear is that the task ahead will test us to our very limits. Oh dang, I already have the level 65 quest. Okay. Ah, Dalcarius. I trust you have not been shirking your duties. Mistress Shototo expects... Whoop. Mistress Shototo expects much of us, and I would not disappoint her. For my own part, I have called out to her intently time and again, within my mind, in hopes of conveying any and all knowledge that might avail in staving off this impending disaster. Though she does not respond, I have a distinct sensation that she is listening, in some way or another. Doubtless she will return when she sees fit, but in the meanwhile, we can ill afford to bide our time. And so, I have taken Zaha Nelha's advice. I can just see the smug grin on his face as I say it, and reached out to our friends. Not moments ago, a post-Moogle came by with a missive from our friend Daza of the 269th Order. As luck would have it, it seems he has knowledge that might serve us well. To wit, reports of recent sightings of rampaging golems. I would ask you to go on ahead and see what he knows. I will call for that holier-than-thou hearer and join you shortly. Not that I am enamored of his company, far from it, but his insights have proven to be not altogether useless on occasion. Shototo is interesting. she's a little long-winded, but like this quest is a little exposition heavy, but it's interesting stuff at least. Daza, what are you doing, man? Dalcaris! There's been eons, eras, ages, eons! I've heard that the spirit of the legendary Shototo comes alive again inside Lalai. But could this wondrous tale possibly be true? It is indeed, friend Daza. She is a capricious type, though, and wakes only when she has a mind to. A fact that I've explained some 700 times to this mutton-headed Hira, who still insists beyond all reason that I should be able to summon her at will. You do me discredit, Lalai. I merely suggested that if there were some means by which we could summon Shototo at our own convenience, rather than waiting for her to come forth of her own accord, it might serve us in facing the dangers ahead. Summon her! You speak of the illustrious founder of my art as if she were a mere serving girl. You will watch your tongue in the presence of your better Zahanelha, lest... Too many characters. I meant no disrespect. I do not deny the power of your art, nor the good it could do in the right hands. I am simply... too stubborn and stupid to fully accept it. Oh well, I suppose none of us are perfect. Myself excluded, of course. 269th Order Mendicant Daza, I presume. Tell me all you have seen or heard about this rampaging golem. Am I as to be believed? Trusted, so am I, believed. It is truly the great Shototo who stands before my eyes. Yes, yes, it must be. I mean, but of course, my lady. Yes, yes, Daza will tell all he knows. I saw a strange golem, very strange, wandering in the tangle. And that is not all. It was no ordinary golem, no, but rather the same one I saw in a tome handed down by my forebear, Dagu, a golem of ancient Mach. One of my own creations. Why, that is simply inconceivable. I designed them to be utterly rampage-proof, and left copious instructions to assure my loyal apprentices, and their apprentices, and so on and so forth, would see they stay that way. Mayhap your followers were not so diligent in carrying out your orders after your passing. We all know of the chaos and destruction wreaked by Machi sorcerers during the War of the Magi. I suspect that poring over age-old documents on the upkeep of golems was the least of their concerns. Forgive me my doubts, Lady Shototo, but you seem quite partial to your creations and your countrymen. If we were to find ourselves locked in combat with a golem of Mach, do I have your assurance you would not hesitate to strike down our foe? You do not trust me. Trust us, this I know. I'm not deaf to Lalai's ceaseless grumblings. So be it. You cannot help but be a simpleton. No more than I can help being the greatest intellect of any era. That old coot Kukuruka told me what became of the Machi after my passing, when he communed with me a century ago. Do you think I deny the senseless destruction caused by my descendants? With the art I myself wrought, no less? Of course not. For I, unlike some of my present companions, am not a bloody fool. But even a fool must understand that the tool is only as good or evil as she who would wield it. So answer me this. What could I possibly stand to gain from standing idly by, as my own creations wreak havoc on the realm I once called home? I will grant that there is some sense in what you say. In any event, we thank you for your assistance, Daza. Rest assured that we shall see to the rogue golems before any harm befalls you and yours. To the tangle. Does that overdweller never lighten up? It must be so tiring living each day carrying around a brain of solid stone. Wearisome, tiring. Bye, Daza. You can say that again, my synonym-abusing friend. Dalcarius, you know the man better than I, and for that, I pity you. Is there nothing we can do to buy ourselves a moment's respite from his inane quibbling? Whatever you do you suppose is bothering his puny mind? Mayhap he worries for Lalai. Yes, I have observed this as well. Smaller minds are quick to burden themselves with hand-wringing concern for the well-being of others, as if it were not evident that the girl is more than capable of taking care of herself. In either event, if he insists on tagging along with us, I suppose it would not hurt to win him over. If only so he does not foul things up at the worst possible time. Anyhow, I do believe we have some golems to smite you to oblivion. The Tangle, was it? I'll see you there, and do not try not to get lost on the way. Hi, Sean DeWolf. What are you doing? Schroeder, good to see you. It's like listening to an audiobook. It's flattering of you. I need to buy some stuff for my mic to improve the quality a bit more. These lands were far more dry and agreeable in my day, but I suppose much can change in 2 millennia, especially without me around to keep things in order. This is no time to get caught up in nostalgia. We have golems to smash and search for, not necessarily in that order, I suppose. Yes, I can sense particularly strong etheric energies coming from that direction. I will accompany Shototo to ensure that she remains focused on the task at hand. Might you survey the area south of here? These environs afford our foe no end of hiding spots, and I am ill-inclined to walk into an ambush. An ominous circle, cul-de-sac, dead end. Look far and wide, but can discern no sign of golems, rampaging or otherwise. Return to the southwestern reaches of the Tangle, see how Shototo and Zaha Nelha fare in their search. Whoa, Shototo actually got beat down? How is this possible? Stand back, monster! What the hell's my Chocobo? If only this body were my own, I would have razed that oversized block of stone to the ground. Suppose I should thank you for coming to my aid. Had I lost consciousness in the midst of battle, I would have certainly been done for, and poor Lalai with me. No, Lady Shototo, it is I who owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not drawn the creature's initial strike, I would assuredly have met an inglorious end. But that is not the least of my failings. It is my fault, and mine alone, that we were caught unawares. Though it saves me to say so, my eyes were on you when they should have been watching out for our enemy. Who is this sorceress who wields such frightful power? Does she truly mean to save our realm, or will she destroy it? These thoughts continued to haunt me, but no more. Seeing you risk your life for me, a humble hero you have only just met, I say this with no reservations. You are a paragon of virtue and a model to all mages, white or black. Why, I do believe those are the most intelligent words I've heard you utter yet. Keep talking like that, and I might yet learn to tolerate your presence. But if you think that means I'm going to give you your precious Lalai back, you'd best think again. We still have a falling star to fend off, do we not? My precious Lalai? I have not the slightest idea what you might be implying. You wouldn't, would you? Ahem. was it not your grand dream to see the white and the black, the arts of healing and destruction, united for the common good? So says Lalai, at the very least. Is the girl not an invaluable piece to the future you would realize? This is all well and true, but invaluable and precious have different connotations. Mayhap not in your time, but the meanings of words evolve over time, you see. And what I am saying, of course, Lalai is a friend and an ally. But the same could be said of Dalkarius here, and which is not to say I do not want to see her again, of course. Only that... oh, never mind. At any rate, I do believe we've done all we can here. Lady Shototo, please forgive me for having doubted you. Henceforth, I promise that I will aid you in whatever way I can. And with that, I do believe I must be off somewhere. Haha, he's embarrassed. One last thing, if I may, Lady Shototo. While you are awake and speaking of us, what becomes of Lalai's consciousness? That is to say, is she still in there, listening? What a curious question. She is slumbering in the recesses of her mind, much as I am when she is awake. But to answer your question, no, she is not listening, though we do have some rather stimulating conversations from time to time. If you'd like, I can share the details. No, I mean, never mind. I really must be getting off to, right, that place I was going. Oh, he's caught the feels. What a curious man. At any rate, I feel my consciousness beginning to wane. Lalai will be waking from slumber ere long, and I would return to Ulda before she does. I suggest you do the same. Your friend has much she wishes to discuss with you. How will Muppets survive in the Warhammer Fantasy world? They're Muppets. Their power is that of the power cosmic. The plot demands they survive. What do I think about Darktide? It's pretty fun. It's in a, I think it's in a really good place right now from what I'm hearing. I enjoy playing it. I really need to play it more. Yeah, Miss Piggy truly would be one of Khorne's most... Khorne and Slaanesh would fight battles the likes of which we have never seen over Miss Piggy. Welcome back, Dalkarius. As you might have surmised, it is I, Lalai. Mistress Shototo returned to her repose not moments ago. Before drifting off to slumber, she imparted to me some details regarding what she sees as the next phase of our task, to which she would have us venture further afield to investigate any golem menaces that might be stirring out of eyeshot. Speaking of menaces, whatever became of that stone-headed hero? I suppose it is too much to hope that Mistress Shototo finally set his robes alight. Oh my god, I could be such a dick right now. I could be such a dick right now. That is so funny. Yeah, sure, whatever, it's fine. He seems to have feelings for you. I will assume I misheard you, Dalkarius. On the off chance I did not, pray inform the man that he had best not act upon these feelings in my presence, lest I feel like scorching his precious flowing locks from his scalp. Anyhow, I trust you will keep me informed if our hero friend exhibits any more impertinent behavior. I will think of suitable retribution. I dare say putting him to sleep and hiding his glasses would send a clear message, and would be rather amusing, no less. In any event, I should return to my research, as should you. Shototo will doubtless call upon us before long, and our powers must be primed for the occasion. Awesome. Alright, now we can do... There is a seasonal event that is taking place right now. So we can go do that over in front of the Adventurers Guild. Breaking Brick Mountains. I am Havak Alvak, a self-styled student of sundry subjects, though I am best known perhaps for putting pen to parchment for a popular paper, the Mithril Eye. In these times of trials and tribulations, a subject of singular strangeness has ensnared my senses. magical monstrosities, more commonly known as golems. What perfect timing for this event to be going on right now, for the quest we're doing. But I speak of now no common creation of magecraft. No, these shambling servants of stone have no equivalent in all of Eorzea. Should these curious constructions contain ores of extraordinary origin, well, I can only imagine the influence it might exert over Ulda's economy. Amagina and Sons' mineral concern has come to a congruent conclusion, and its superiors seek a savvy adventurer to separate the facts from the fantastic. A representative, Amagina and Sons, awaits outside Ozanith Ossuary. If exploring this enigma seems an entertaining endeavor, then I would wander over before this window of opportunity is wasted. I need to go over here. Hey, don't sneak up on me like that. Are you trying to make me soil my breeches? Here for the job, are you? Well, we've experienced dismantling golems. We've been gathering reports, so some never-before-seen constructs would have been showing up all over the damn realm. Nary souls knows what the creatures are made of. So Amagina and Sons means to be the first to take a pickaxe to this mystery motherlode. I need you to get out there, take apart one of them shambling pile of bricks, and bring me back a good-sized chunk of the remaining rubble. What do you say, eh? Will you give me a shot? Sure. Good lad. I'll have a nice, refreshing reward for you when you get back. And we got a PvP drop. Let's fucking go. Oh, it's a fate. Okay. In the question, I assume it's in Central? Yeah, it's in Central. Okay. Come on, 6 more people, hurry up. Yeah, this means I got to do all of our dailies before it reset today. Hell fucking yeah, dude. So is it based on completion, not acceptance? Popped as it was resetting. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, it's not good. We have 2 hours until we start the pre-show. Or Games Workshop show. And then we have 2 hours till then, and we have 3 hours until the other thing. Nice. They kept interrupting me. Rude. Behemoth, onwards! Ah, we were too late. Hey, nice job. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. They're busy fighting. Oh, bro, they're so fucked. We just got so many free points. Holy shit. Red and yellow are out there just having a slap fight. That's crazy. And we got this one, too. Hot damn! That is a bonkers amount of points for us. I'm gonna go over this way. They seem like they got that. Onwards, Behemoth, onwards! Fuck. My goal is to survive as long as possible. Just hold the line! Hold the line! I held it as long as I could. Yellow got behind us. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, I'm going this way. Throw. Ah, shit. Yellow's in a really good position if we don't pop them soon. Yeah, they're ganging up on us now. God damn it. Holy fuck, I got wounded. Where is yellow? There's yellow. They are about to come up our asses. If we don't win this like right now, they're gonna come get us. Okay, good. I mean, they are hungering for us. Fall back! This is what we need to win. Come on, give me somebody I can target. Yeah! We won! We won by a lot. Good God. We curb stomped. We curb stomped. When is the reveal show? The reveal show is in it starts in less than 3 hours. My pre-show starts in less than 2 hours. All right, I need to go to Central Fantaland, which I was on my way. Awesome, thank you. I'll be back. Cool beans. See you then. And my daily's reset. And we can wait for this to repop, actually. How did I get the name of that wrong? Isn't it float? Oh, it's water float. That's so fucking stupid. Why isn't it just regular float? Chocobo, I appreciate you, but you're kind of in the way, dude. Why don't you bugger off? That's better. Why did it make me stand up? There we go. I need to take more screenshots when I'm like playing just for funsies. Oh god, I have to remember how to do it though. Yeah, whatever. Worry about it later. Man, is there dumb shit going on in the video game industry? Plus Sony blame. Dude, I feel so bad for everyone involved in Destiny. I feel genuinely fucking awful. For them. No, I wanted like a screenshot, like, I guess this is fine, really. Oh, this isn't a Steam game. I guess I would just print screen in that case. Weird. Oh, it's the same button. Isn't that funny? Okay. Like, ideally, I'd like to get rid of the UI when I take screenshots. Yeah, if they get rid of if they like take the servers offline, that is going to be one of the greatest tragedies in many years. Why does this fate take so fucking long to spawn? Oh, there's a command? Is there a hide UI command? Thoughts on the GTA controversy? I don't even know what it is. Oh, scroll lock. What the fuck? Where the fuck is scroll lock? Ah, there we go. I like how Alex is like randomly yapping about something. There we go. I need to be better about taking screenshots. That's something I noticed that I'm really, really bad at, that I need to be better at, is when I look on social media, most content creators that do Final Fantasy and actually have an audience seem like they're pretty consistent about, like, they take screenshots at, like, the end of every stream session. Or at least a screenshot at some point that they put up on, like, Twitter or whatever. I need to start doing that more. There's no physical game and the base game content. Oh, and there is base game content locked behind $100. Sounds like the gaming industry. No physical copy, like, I don't know. I have a hard time caring about that because it feels like even if you do get a physical copy, it's not real. It's just a pretend piece of plastic or something that, like, is like, oh, here's the game, but it's not, because that's just not how they make games anymore for whatever reason. Like, I don't know of a game that for, like, PC or Nintendo, which is the only consoles I play, PC, but I only do, like, PC gaming or Nintendo, and neither of those really do physical editions anymore. Like you buy a Switch 2 game, but the game's not actually on the cartridge, to my understanding. Wow, this Fate has, like, the worst spawn rate. Switch 2 keycards are horrid. I guess, like, I just don't care at this point. Like, I wish they made physical media for them, or at the very least they would reduce the price since they no longer have to make physical media. That's my issue more than anything. I'm not as bothered about, like, physical editions going away because it just seems like no one's making them anymore, and I'm like, I don't know what to do if no one's doing it anymore. The thing that annoys me is that they're still including the prices, or they're still charging you as if it was a physical copy. That being said, I do think this is probably gonna sound super obnoxious, but I'm gonna say it. I do think that the gaming industry needs to be regulated by, like, governments, like the world not the world government, but like the EU and the United States at bare minimum. And I really would like I would love, and I would vote for someone, I would vote for a representative that's like, I'm gonna make it law that video games that want to be sold in the United States have to have physical copies. Like, the game has to have a physical form so that if the company, like, ceases to exist, the people that buy those games will still own those games and still be able to play them. Like, that should be legislation. Because if we could get, like, I feel like Asia is never gonna do that. I feel like there's a chance that could happen in the EU and the US. I know in the EU, they suffered a bit of a blowback recently on the, like, no dead games or whatever the hell that thing is. I know they suffered a recent hit on that. But the thing is like, as our generations get older, and the really shitty piece of for the most part, really old piece of shit, out of touch assholes that are currently in government control, as a lot of them start to keep getting older and get sicker and die, you're gonna have people that actually like play video games just because most people of a certain age group do. Hey, there we go. I'm trying, like, not to rush it down so that other people could... Oh, I guess that wasn't it. That was just... That wasn't it. I guess that was the event to spawn it. Oh, it's the wrong fate. Wow, that's even worse. They don't even have it guaranteed, so it's the right fate for the event. Oh, God. This is literally just the waiting game. This is terrible. Who designed this? Hey, Gentleman Skeleton, how are you doing? Stop killing games, that's it. This is back in 2013. I don't care. It's 2026. Fix it. Shouldn't matter when it first came out. If they're gonna re-release it, they should be like, oh, we should make sure this fits our modern philosophies. We've been sitting here for already like 6 minutes, I think. At least. My interest in doing this is rapidly decreasing by the second. I could be leveling right now. I could be level 66 already right now.
Another wretched foulism.
Hey, Gigagogantes, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That was very kind of you. Been really well. I finally got a journal to remember stuff like I've read in books. Oh, that's really cool. That's really smart, actually. I should keep a journal. I really should. I would love to have a journal on me at all times. That is a habit I should develop because I have similar problems. Thanks for the gift sub. I gotta say, man, all I need is to call one final monster of the field. I sacrifice. What? Bahamut, why are you yelling Yu-Gi-Oh quotes at me? what is happening? Patience is a virtue? Well, it's not a virtue that I particularly care for at this particular time. Because the problem is we're falling into sunk cost fallacy right now. We've already wasted 8 minutes, so why not waste more time? If we hit 10 minutes... Actually, I'll put it this way. If the next Fate spawn isn't the one that I want, isn't the one we need for the quest, then fuck it, I'm gonna go do something else. Because I would rather spend all my waiting time when we're not on a schedule. Don't you have a journal on you at all times? No. What about me makes you think that I have a journal? I mean, I have a phone, but it's not the same. Hoping for anything related to Gloomspite Gits or Sons. Have Gloomspite and Sons gotten their 4th edition books? Gits have, right? Didn't Gits get their 4th edition book? Or am I crazy? I cannot remember who's gotten a book and who hasn't. I really, really fucking hate, and I'm going to say this loud, I hate how Games Workshop designed the 3rd and 4th edition army books, battle tomes, because they look the exact fucking same, and it's infuriating. Like, when I'm looking at the books on my shelf, I can tell immediately if it's a 1st edition book, a 2nd edition book. But if it's a 3rd or a 4th, they look the same! What fucking idiot did that? They're both red with white text. Oh, I hate when they do that shit. The book, every edition should look distinct. Gloomspite Gits do have a 4th edition book. Okay, so you're not going to hear about anything for Gits until the next edition then. Yeah, cuz the 4th edition Gloomspite Gits book came with all the wolf stuff, all the new wolf units. So all the new Gits that are on like the doggos, the wolf chariot, like all those minis are for the current edition. So yeah, they have a modern book. So you're not going to see anything for Gits. Sons of Behemoth, they might be 3rd still. They could be 4th. The only book I know for a fact is not 4th edition still is Fire Slayers and Seraphon. those are the only 2 that I'm 100% sure have not gotten their 4th editions yet. Like, I know Ossiarch Bone Reapers are 4th now. Are Soulblight Gravelords 4th? Soulblight might still be 3rd. I think Soulblight is still 3rd. Nighthaunt is 4th. What is she doing? Oh, she's off doing the fates to make them spawn. Not a bad idea, actually. I'm gonna go trigger this one just so it starts. Just to make it fire off. Because yeah, I think if they're all being spammed through, there it is. Oh, my headphones are dying. Oh wait, level sync. Bro, These guys die so fast, I literally I only hit like one of them with a spell. Fate complete! Wow, that is a super obnoxious looking thing. Yeah, and then there's the bigger one. Headphones are dying. Hooray, we did it! Switch that out. Have you taken a sample of one of them odd golems? Brickman Chunk. Oh, now ain't that a special special? The luster, the shine. Can you smell it? 'Tis the scent of profit, my friend. It's some fine work you did, adventurer. Very fine indeed. Now, just as I promised you, I've prepared a payment you're sure to enjoy. Why is it a cutscene? Don't be shy now, lad. We all need a bit of pampering from time to time. What? Damn, alright. Ah, bonjour, handsome. What the fuck is happening? Can we interest you in the... How can I say? Puff puff? This is a horny-ass quest, holy shit. This way, we show you a good time. It will not hurt, I promise. My God. All right, well, I can confirm that my character is an absolute fucking horn dog. Good shit. Gulp indeed. Gulp sound effect. We just relax. I love Final Fantasy now. I feel like I'm about to get robbed. You will have twice the fun with the eyes closed. They're about to rob the shit out of me. Don't close your eyes, you're gonna rob us! Brace yourself, here it comes! Puff, 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 puff. Have you ever felt something so warm and soft? Just relax and enjoy. Puff, 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 puff. Feels good, doesn't it? We sometimes indulge in a bit of the puff puff ourselves. What the hell are those creatures? Me thanks again for your cooperation, lad. Is something extra what ain't so fleeting. Au revoir! I mean, it was good meeting you. Look forward to doing business with you again sometime. Debated. I mean, they still did a hilarious, ridiculous close-ups on titties that entire quest. Ah, the adventurer! You are triumphing your tussle against the towering titans, I trust? Spare me your alliteration. As it so happens, I have been hired by Amagina & Sons to craft an account of the aforementioned anomaly. I'd best begin before the focus on these fantastical foes falls out of fashion. My remuneration is promised to be the most refreshing and perhaps a touch risque. I fear I haven't an inkling as to what is implied, but I shall look forward to it nonetheless. It's a Dragon Quest reference. In the original Dragon Quest, the Puff Puff thing is implied to be characters pressing their tits into the into your character's face with a fade to black, but then in later versions to censor it, they use Dragon Quest slimes instead. So now Puffer Dragon Quest is getting a massage from a soft and cute slime all blindfolded. Oh my lord. So it was originally it was just sex or porn. And then they were like, "Oh, you can't do that, Toriyama." Toriyama, stop! You can't do that. Toriyama, cease! He's just like, why? Oh, there's a vendor? Oh, the framer kit. Nice. And a King Slime Crown. Sure, why not? Okie dokie. Well, my daily's reset, which means more beast tribes. The slime crown jiggles as it should. Now the real question is, when is Final Fantasy XIV gonna be brave, right? I think I saw people asking this at the most recent fan fest, but when are they gonna be brave and add a titty slider in this game? When are they gonna let us have true washing board characters and true giant bazonga characters, huh? When's that gonna happen, Yoshi P? The people demand it. The slime crown has jiggle physics? So it does. The butt slider? Yes, the butt slider. Which, to my understanding, the butt slider is actually more accurately a hip slider. Yeah, when can we have characters with jiggle physics? Huh? When are we gonna have female characters with jiggle physics? It's a very silly hat. Modding is fine. Have y'all seen there's a fucking article that's probably gonna get the modding community in trouble again about the dating app? That's actually surprisingly sophisticated. And it also shows Nashu catfishing, probably unintentionally, but it's very funny to me that Nashu is catfishing. Two hours and 20 minutes to see the big boy. It is coming. Apparently it's a fairly sophisticated dating app too. Like, it's not just like for adult content. It just also happens to have adult content features. I want jiggle physics for all characters. Yeah, I need my I need my dongle physics. Come on. Didn't know this game had a dating app. It's a mod, but it does have it. And it's very popular. Like, it's not like nobody uses it. Like, it is very sophisticated. Apparently it gets heavy use. I was reading about it. It's actually really impressive how it works. Because you probably think it's like, oh, it's just like stupid. No. Like, it actually does, like, it does, like, matching interests. Like, it looks for, like, you can look for, like, specific kinds of people or people that are interested in certain, like, IRL things or in-game things. You could be looking for, like, you can aim for, like, more roleplay oriented things, or more like trying to find like an actual IRL person you're seeking to date for whatever reason. For whatever reason. Of course you're looking for someone to date. Was a bit of a big boom. Finally, a high enough level I can switch. I can kill things, kill everything in Stormblood now. We have the RP hub already. I know, but it's meant for like IRL, like people that are looking for other people who enjoy and play this game. I don't think it's that evil of a thing. If it wasn't for the not, if it wasn't for the, if it wasn't for the not safe for work portion, it would. I think it would be like, I'd be like, oh, like that's pretty cool. I mean, I don't mind the not safe for work portion personally. I'm a very pro NSFW person. I think it's just a part of life. But I realize that companies and companies do not feel that way. Sanctified salt water. It burns. It burns us. Storm not a good thing. People use mods as it is to contort the game, style the game beyond recognition, and it's a bad image. Alright, it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't think it's a huge deal if they keep it to themselves, or if they keep it quiet. The problem, I think it's not good when, like, gaming journalists cover it. And, like, the gaming journalists should know better, but they don't give a fuck because the only thing they're there for are clicks. And they're gonna want to find, like, the most controversial stuff they can to drive discussion, which is like bad for everyone but them. But like, as long as it's not like damaging the game for players that aren't using it, like, I don't know, I kind of see it as like a your risk, your reward. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. How did I... Oh, fuck. What button is my... Keybind... What's my stupid run button? Slash. Oh, it's this slash. Okay. It's an artistic integrity thing. I guess. I'm not sympathetic to that. I'm gonna be honest. When it comes to video games and like people buying and enjoying experiences how they want to enjoy them, I don't vibe with that. Like, I think as long as people aren't hurting anyone, they should be allowed to do what they want to augment their experiences. I'm not going to be sympathetic to like a company. As long as no one's getting hurt. Like, as long as it doesn't involve kids, like, it's not weird stuff involving kids or any of that shit. Like, it's not like people are doing weird shit on Club Penguin or whatever the fuck was going on. That's a completely different ballgame. I don't want Imvu. I don't know what Imvu is. What did I come back to? We were talking about mods. I don't remember why it came up. Oh, now I remember why it came up. I saw a gaming article about a dating app on this game, and I was intrigued. Because it's, like, surprisingly high quality. So that's what we were discussing. But then we started talking about other mods. I forget what mod it was, but Games Workshop took down all the big 40k mods. All the mods that allowed you to play Total War Warhammer on, God damn it. Slow down, Ryan, and think before you speak. All of the two most popular mods that were made to allow people to play Warhammer 40,000 on PC were taken down. Yes. I don't believe they hit all that many mods. They just hit the most popular ones, and they also hit the new recruit website. And it's because a new edition just came out. And basically all of these things are making it where people can play the game for free, essentially, especially with Games Workshop wanting to charge which is weird that they're kind of doing it now, because like there's a lot of people that like most of the rules are free right now, so it's a bit weird that like this is the moment that they're doing it, but it's not super surprising because it's a new edition and this is their most popular game. But they did take down all of the tabletop sim, like the really famous ones. To my understanding, the Age of Sigmar mods have not been touched. Those are all still the exact same. But yeah, a lot of people are really upset. It's kind of, it's one of those kind of awkward situations because like no one's a fan of GW doing it. Like technically they can do it, but nobody likes when they do it, and they do it fairly infrequently. My guess would be that it's kind of like some of the Yoshi P mods, where basically somebody was talking too much. Some people were yapping too much about mods, or about the tabletop sim stuff, and it basically got GW's attention, or at least GW's lawyers' attention. And they're like, why are we letting people do this? Why can't GW just work with modders instead of DMCAing? So, okay, so from a company point of view, and I'm not saying this because I am sympathetic to them, I'm just saying this because this is kind of just the way it is. There's kind of a situation where when you have games like a TCG or some kind of tabletop game, a game that is mostly revolves around revolves around a physical component, and then you allow people to play it using a free online system, or even if it's not free, just an online system, when your company is designed to make all of its money from people buying physical merchandise That free online thing is basically a direct threat to your company's bottom line. Now, I don't like it, and I do think that there is a very genuine argument to be made that if that there are a significant number of people who who learn how they want to build their armies and how they want to play the game and get into the tabletop experience through playing tabletop sim. And like they're like, oh, well, this is the build I want to do, so I'm gonna I can just kill him. I don't need a bomb. I'm a black mage, fuck that shit. He is such a stupid boss. See, we have 1 hour left until I need to get ready for the reveal show. That being said, I will say that I genuinely believe that those mods are not going to be gone for that long. I think they will return relatively soon. They will return relatively soon with all the bells and whistles that everybody loves. But they can't just leave them up right now. Not that I am condoning or saying that I outwardly support any of these technically illegal things. I don't use them. It's mostly just stupid legal shit. It is kind of an interesting discussion, though, when it comes to, like, physical media reliant companies supporting online versions of their stuff. There's, like, a whole interesting discussion about whether Magic the Gathering suffered immensely and, like, lost a ton of money when they made Magic Arena. Because by making Magic Arena, they were able to, like, create a version of their game that encourages and rewards people for, like, not buying the physical product. Which people might... Oh, I need a rock. I'll work on it. I'm so slow! There we go. Stop shooting, you shit, big dick. Rock. This boss is super annoying. you stop moving for like a millisecond, he hits you with a fucking slow. Fucking die, Uranos! Oh yeah, no. I think Magic Arena is literally the only reason I play Magic. Like, it's the only reason I play Magic at all. But that doesn't necessarily mean that from like the company's bottom line perspective, that making and releasing that game may have been a bad idea. I'm Vu and Second Life are social hangouts, but they have very special design in them. Stuff like half bodies of tattoos, Korean people's faces, etc. Wow, those sound like very intense mods. Rigaldo, hi, good to see you. Hope you've been doing well. I'm doing pretty all right. Didn't complain too much. Keeping a careful eye on the time. I think I have time for like a leveling dungeon and maybe a trial. I definitely don't have time for any of the raids, I don't think. Well, that's not true. I probably have time for... I don't have time for a main scenario. I might have time for one of the raids. I mean, I play Age of Sigmar mods online. Like, I use Warhammer mods all the time. Everybody does. Like, it's literally just the most convenient way to play, and it's literally the only way to play if you want to play with someone that doesn't live next to you. Like, it sucks. Thank you so much for the 52 months, Rigaldo, by the way. I really don't like the fact that Games Workshop... I wish GW would officially support the mods and, like, monetize it somehow. Because I'd buy it if I could. Like, even if they came out and they were like, oh, it's like a subscription service. Like, you have to subscribe and pay us, like, $5 a month. But if you pay us $5 a month, you can play Warhammer Online using, like, scans of the models and all the rules and everything. I'd be, god damn it, this is like one of the most baby dungeons, so you barely have any abilities. Oh, this is little babby stuff. Keep up, small fry! Tabletop Sim is free advertising? Games Workshop doesn't see it that way, though. Games Workshop sees it as competition. As something that allows people to play the game without buying anything. They don't have to buy any of the books. They don't have to buy any of the minis. They don't have to buy anything, especially the more sophisticated mods. Because the mod that they took down, the one they took down, is literally so sophisticated that, like, you can create an army list and it just ports in all of your stuff. That was such a God tier sleepcast. Oh, I have fire too, at least. I'm not completely helpless. doing so good. Too late. Oh, he went for an Esena. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's do this. I'm gonna put y'all to sleep, and I'm gonna fuck off. I think I went the wrong way. The run of shame? It kind of felt that way, didn't it? Yeah, just to be clear, I fully support those mods. And I think if Games Workshop was super savvy, they would as well. But I get why they're not that savvy. And I can understand their perspective, even though I personally do not agree with it. Fire 2 takes way too long to cast. Ugh. It takes me 84 years to cast a spell. I don't support GW being British. Sure, why not? Sotek officially hates fun? Yeah, of course. That's why I play Total War games. At least that's what people tell me. Reach out to Ross, he wants to cover the reveal show? Yeah, I know. He's got approval to do it. I think 1.5 we'll see Dark Elves and Ogres get in the old world. If GW was smart, yes. And that would be the most realistic opportunity for them to join the game if GW's goal is to get things up and running, like, soon. Ogres, I'm not as sure about, because Ogres might still need a bit, because they're only just now gonna be going, like, you know, losing their main range. So we kind of have to wait and see how big the AOS refresh is, and also have to see, like we might have to wait a little bit still. Got you some broccoli salad for lunch? That sounds very healthy. I need to start eating healthier. Nah, dog, give me Taco Bell. Taco Bell can be pretty good. Not always, but most of the time. Alright, we got time for, like, one more thing. We could probably get away with a normal raid. Yeah. Less than 5 minutes? That's fine. We can probably get away with a normal raid. Taco Bell's the devil? I've had worse. Oh, I got triple cast. The next 3 spells require no cast time? Oh! Holy shit! That's such a good ability. God damn! Feel my power! That's so nice. it's so good. Yeah, we can put that with ley lines. It's smart. Oop, that was the wrong spell.
Cursed Sotek spawn!
So when those Lord of End Times news...
Tuesday! CA said on stream yesterday is going to be on the 30th. Yeah, take your damn pearls and get the hell out of here. All right. What question would I ask Hank Green? Hank Green? He's so smart. I don't know what I would ask him because I would be worried about, like... He's a very smart man. If I could ask him anything... I'd have to think about that. I'd have to think about that for a while. Because, like, if I was going to ask him something, I would only want to ask him a good question. I wouldn't want to ask him a bad question. I would probably ask him something to the effect of, is there a realistic way to bring... How do I word this? Oh, you know what I would want to ask him? Something that I'd want to know about that I feel like he would be able to answer relatively quickly. Like, he would maybe be able to do some research on and explain that. I mean, I feel like I could probably research it myself, but I'd rather have him explain it to me. I would like to know, how the hell did we go from, like, everything that came before the Great Depression to the Great Depression to the to what came, like, the great boom that came after the Great Depression. And then what I would want to ask him is, will that happen again in my lifetime? Or are we just screwed? Like, is everything just eternally gonna get more expensive? Or is there some sort of incentive that I am not aware of that exists for things to go down in price before I die of old age? I feel like that would be my question. Because the other question that I would ask him, I would have to ask him if he's okay with me asking him that question. Because there is a question I would like to ask him, but I don't know if he would be comfortable answering it. About, like, the world as it is, and yada yada yada. Stotling, how are you? Live at this hour? Indeed. I got like an actually really nice healthy amount of sleep, and I was like, you know what? I know I'm going to be streaming the reveal show, but I kind of wanted to come on here and stream some Final Fantasy as well. Rude. I like these ones that are just like boss fights. They make life just a lot easier. I will tell y'all, I think the question that I would like really want to ask him, but I would be like, I understand if you don't want to answer this question, and I would ask a different question if this makes you uncomfortable. But I would want to, the actual question I think I would want to ask would be something along the lines of like, is it possible for tanks? But it'd be like, is it possible for... Does he realistically think that does he think it's realistically possible? That's how I need to word that. For the likes of billionaires and now trillionaires, because we live in Hell World, to be brought under control without violent revolution. Like, does he genuinely believe that there is a peaceful solution to like bring the outrageously wealthy under control for like the good of the global community? Or does that story like literally only end the way it seems to have ended traditionally throughout history? Ask him what are his credit card details? You know, somehow I don't think he would fall for that. Nice. Good run, folks. Good run. Because, like, I don't condone violence, but, like, yeah. I feel like a lot of desperate people are kind of running out of options. And I say that from a place of understanding, even though I am not one of those people as of right now. I mean, shit, dude. I found out last night, one of the guys that I play cards with every Thursday. Oh, wait, no, stop. Okay. I didn't realize my egg had worn off. One of the guys that I play cards with every Thursday, who has a wife and 2 young girls, just lost his job to AI. He just got replaced. Like, his company just decided, oh, you know what? We don't need to pay you. We don't need to pay people fucking anything, because we could just outsource your job to a robot that's going to do it way shittier. And probably fuck it up, but we don't have to pay diddly squat for it. And it's like... like, do we not expect people to, like, burn these companies down? Do we not expect people to, like, go to these AI warehouses and just... Not saying anyone should! I'm not saying anyone should. I'm just saying if someone did, I'd be like... If I was on the jury, they'd have a hard time getting me to say they're guilty. I'll say that much. I was told I was being replaced on a call. I joined to receive training. Corporate are the worst human. Yeah, dude. Corporate America is... business, financial bros, business people, all those guys, they are literally the most repulsive, like, lice of our species. People who only care about getting that, just getting another dollar. Admittedly, I got no sympathy for him. They're happy to completely destroy our lives. And then be like, well, we've made it illegal for you to do anything back to the upper classes. It's like, of course you have.
Cursed Sotek spawn. Another wretched foulism thing joins the red host.
Oh, Martin DeChrist, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. You know, it's like, I know what I do is basically come on here and beg for money. Like, I am self-aware of what streamers do. But at the same time, it's like, I make sure to take as much of that money as I possibly can and, like, reinvest it into, like, my local community or my family, or making sure that the people I love can, like, afford a roof over their head and food and all this stuff. So, like, I really appreciate it, but it's like, I am not a wealthy man. I know there are some streamers out there that are, like, gajillionaires and do, like, slop content, but hopefully it does not feel that way when you're visiting my streams. That's the story of how Luigi became a hero. That, yeah, we do not say anything bad about Saint Luigi in this house. I don't know all those old saints. They don't mean nothing to me, but Saint Luigi? Saint Luigi's got a place above my fireplace. I pay for capitalist rants. I don't think capitalism in and of itself is inherently evil. It's just late stage capitalism that is like just become absolutely horrid. I don't know, it just feels like humanity's getting to that point. This probably isn't sustainable everywhere by any stretch of the imagination, considering there are a lot of communities that are just struggling to have like clean drinking water and functioning infrastructure. But there are some parts of the world where it's like, companies want all of your information, and they pay people for all of your information so they can advertise the things that they think you actually want, or their own shit to you. And it's like, couldn't you just pay me fucking directly and basically give me like universal basic income? And then I could work for the sake of fulfillment for like additional income, but like have enough money to like at least just, I don't know, live. Would that be so bad? And there are some people that are like, no, if people aren't forced to be slaves, then they'll lose their meaning in life. And it's like, I don't know about that. I don't think I agree with that. That sounds like something a piece of shit that likes to lord their wealth over other people would say. I need to stop. I'm gonna get myself in trouble if I keep talking. Oh, I'm full on tombstones? Shit, okay. We have a little bit more time. Yeah, bread and circuses, dude. It's classic. And we're all weak to it. We're all weak to it. Like, I could, right now, I suppose, set aside the life that I'm living, and I could go protest, like, horrific use of wealth in my like world and community, and instead I'm here playing video games and like doing nerd shit, which like I'm self-aware of that and I acknowledge it. But also like I'm also aware that I feel like me going out to like harass my government wouldn't accomplish anything, because it would be just me. But it's like, it's so hard to organize. And also, like, if I'm out there every day protesting, how am I gonna eat? And how am I gonna like help my family? And how am I gonna take care of my parents? And how am I gonna take care of my dog? And is gelping the worst a metaphor for late stage capitalism? No, gelping the worst is gelping the worst is poor writing decisions and unfulfilled potential. I was gonna say something that would give me on a list. Yeah, and isn't it kind of fucked up that we have to worry about that now? Is the AOS stuff in Strike or on TTS? To my understanding, it was just some 40k mods. It was some Total War Warhammer 40,000. Or God damn it, I keep doing that. The major 40 Warhammer 40,000 mods, and apparently just the Warhammer 40,000 parts of New Recruit, maybe. I can't tell if the entirety of the site of New Recruit got hit with a strike, or if it's just the 40k stuff. It's a bit unclear. But the Age of Sigmar stuff currently seems unaffected. Alright, got just enough time to do our Albros. I feel pretty confident when we come back later tonight, more than likely, to play some more Final Fantasy. I feel pretty confident that between the trial, the main scenario, and the Alliance raid, plus our journal, I think we will hit 70. Or at least we'll get so close that we'll be able to finish it off with, like, a dungeon. And then we'll be done with Red Mage. That's not true. Black Mage. The other color mage. The other white bee. It was just the specific Warhammer 40k 11th edition mod, not all previous editions. Yeah. GW is the British version of Nintendo? I disagree. I'm gonna be honest. Nintendo, or Games Workshop, is not nearly as bad as Nintendo. Those are like night and day differences. Like, if Games Workshop was just as bad as Nintendo, they would have striked every single Warhammer mod. Oh, there's an A rank. I don't really need the tombstones, to be honest, but like I'll take them. Like, GW's not great, and I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, GW's so good, but like they're not as bad as some people like to claim they are. They're surprisingly lenient at sort of just letting the community do whatever it wants. Every once in a while, they'll come like lurking, they'll come like skulking out of the shadows and like slap somebody real fast, but it's pretty rare. Now, they did hit the most popular mod at this exact moment in time, but it's also because it's literally, like, too many people have probably been yapping about it, and it just, like, the thing it's doing, like, just came out. Like, it's so fresh. Purchased Dark Tide today, couldn't pass up the cheap price. Nice! Super Ego! Welcome back! Thank you for the 55 months. I really appreciate that. I want your opinion on a theory I have. How much time is the showcase? We have 1 hour and 30 minutes at the start of the showcase, but we have less than 30 minutes until I start my pre-show. So, we're close. I have the theory that Rig... Let's see if I can look in two places at once. Rig is maybe the old one worshipped by the Anzon, was a traitor to the old ones. She was the outcast. Maybe she sabotaged the Polar Gate. Ah! That could be the case. It could very, very possibly be the case. You know, I think if you wanted to write... We don't know why Rig is the outcast. But if you wanted to go with the theory of that she was partly or even wholly responsible for the shattering of the gates, that's absolutely something you could do. The big question you would then have to ask, you know, yourself is like, why? Like, what was Rig hoping to accomplish, or what was she hoping to prevent by sabotaging the gates? Especially if she is like if you're still considering her to be like the genuinely caring mother of the Amazons. What was she hoping to protect them from, or you know, all that jazz. Oh, that's right, it's instant cast speed. My bad, boys. Perhaps the polar gate shattering was the cause of Slash's birth in the 40k. Now you're thinking. Now you're cooking with spices. Wouldn't that be funny? Could you imagine what a relief, but also what like a fucking tragedy it would be for the Eldari if the Eldari learned that it was like nothing they did is what caused Slanesh. It was actually just what happened in fantasy. It was the polar gates imploding that caused Slanesh. It had nothing to do with them whatsoever. Oh, the tragedy. But, by the way, if you're fans of the 40k mods, I just want to say, I genuinely think you have nothing to worry about. I think they will be back very quickly. Like, Games Workshop has splatted the current version of them, but I suspect that they will return in another form under a different name, probably within, like, 1 to 2 weeks. Like, they might need to lay low for a while until Games Workshop's attention veers to other lands. But I would actually be pretty shocked if GW bothered, like, staying on their case. Okay, this won't be quite enough to get this to 67, but it's gonna get us really close to 67, and then we gotta stop because we gotta switch over to the other stream. I wonder if Total War 40k will have conversion mods. What do you mean by conversion? Like, it'll have the same kinds of mods that Warhammer Fantasy does. Or Total War Warhammer does. So, like, people will be allowed to add pretty much literally anything as long as it's, like, related to the 40k IP. So, like, you won't be able to add, like, they're not going to let you add, like, Star Wars. So you can't have Star Wars content as a mod, because that would be from a different IP and that's going to cause problems. But, like, if, like, you wanted to make a Tyranid mod, you would be totally allowed to do that. Or if you wanted to make, like, a Xenos faction that isn't actually playable but exists within the setting, that would almost certainly be completely fine. Alright, my dudes, that is going to wrap up Final Fantasy XIV for the moment. I need to check in on this stuff. Hawk, he might need a thumbnail. Oh yeah, I forgot. I talked to Ross about it. I forgot to talk to you about it. Yeah, if he wants to do like a Lorebeard's reaction, that's totally fine. I'm not gonna join it. Because that doesn't make sense for me business wise. It's better for me to do it here on my own channel with y'all. But if he wants to, I have no issue with that. That's totally fine. Okay. Yep. How does this work? Oh, proof. I didn't realize I had to click that button. Okay. All right, folks. I've got to turn off the stream for just a little bit, in order to switch over to the other stream. So I will be back in just a moment. If you are on Twitch, don't go anywhere. If you're on Twitch, you literally stay in the exact same place. If you are on YouTube, you will need to go over to the other stream. But I'm literally gonna turn this stream off. Go to the other one and start it immediately.